with resolutions. The purpose of a constitutional convention is to rewrite the entire Constitution. That is a change of government. It's a peaceful form of overthrowing a government. There is no limitation to it. And the framers who wrote it had written 14 constitutions already, one for each state, and then the Articles of Confederation. There were men who knew what they were doing, they were competent, they knew their history, and they were patriots who risked their lives to give us liberty and freedom. They right now are saying, oh, our legislatures can rewrite the Constitution. We lack that level of competence. We lack that level of integrity. Right now we have something called the House of Bad Cards put forward by a grassroots group, and a lot of our legislators are there. We can't trust our legislators to rewrite our Constitution, and we can't trust Congress, who would actually control the process, to pick a process that we would like. So I would say to you that the problem with an Article 5 convention is that we can lose our Constitution. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so just as a matter of just general understanding, so the oath of office that is taken by legislators, and I think pretty similarly has being done by any elected in a subdivision of state government, I blank do solemnly swear, and then in a parentheses or your idea here would be not just support them, but physically have to do them, have to obey the laws.
So the idea is to put it into the principles the Republican Party believes in obeying laws and following rules, because right now precinct chairs in Collin County believe laws are technicalities that can be ignored. If they're inconvenient, ignore the law. And what we're talking about is Texas election law. If you want to violate Texas election law and file to run in a precinct in which you don't live, hey, that's just a technicality. There's no problem with that. And a person commits perjury when they sign a ballot application and say, I swear and affirm, that this is my true address, and it's not. So that's perjury. That's a form of lying. It's a form of law breaking. And that's okay, because, our rules and laws are just technicalities. So it's really part of the entire process of operation. It's not necessarily just for people taking their oaths of office, but for the entire operation of the Republican Party, that all the way down to the precinct level, they have to know that it's not good to break laws. The party leadership say, laws are just technicalities, we can ignore them. I don't think that's right. And what happens is, you have an awful lot of precinct chairs who have no idea what's going on, and they just nod their head in agreement that anything party leadership says. If party leadership says lie and cheat, they're fine with that. And I think we need to put it into the party platform to give them a reason to recognize, hey, it's not okay to lie and cheat. Our own principles are against that. So that's the intent.
Okay, thank you for
the operation of the party. Thank you, sir.
Clarification. John Van.
Let you off the hook. John Van Compernol. Van Compernol. I'm a delegate from Senate District 1. I'm the legislative liaison for the Convention of States Action Project. And you've heard. I'm sorry, I have my 2 minutes just like everybody else. I didn't see that rule. All right, would you ask her, please? Here's the thing. People have gotten up here and said this is divisive. It is divisive. Let's talk about the sides, okay? Who's on the side of not doing this? Common Cause. Wolfpack. John Birch, Eagle Forum. Let's talk about who's on the side of doing this. Pete Hegseth, Rick Santorum, J.D. Vance. Whose side do you think is more attuned to making this a better country? Here's where their basis of fear comes from. It was a letter written in 1988 by Chief Justice Warren Burger saying this would be a dangerous thing and was just all scary. So let me ask you this question. If you're going to take the advice of Chief Justice Warren Burger, keep in mind, he's the one that gave you the 7-2 decision on Roe v. Wade and wrote the majority opinion. He's not a man I want to tell me how we're going to do governance. We have got to stand up and be self-governing people, and the way we're self-governing people is by using the power valve put in the Constitution by the founders, which is Article 5. If Congress wants more power, they propose an amendment. If the states want more power, they have a convention. You can go away and you can be a scaredy cat all you want, but for me and my cohorts here, we are going to stand up and we're going to fight to have our say in governing in this country. And the way we do that is through our state legislatures by standing up and saying no more federal overreach. Thank you.
I can't recognize someone for, or I guess I can, but you're not a committee member. But you may. It's 5. So how many more people want to speak on Article 5 and say something? We got plenty of. You're 4? Okay, you're 4? I am 4, yes. Okay. You're 4 also? Okay, how many? One moment, Parliament. What you really need is a parliamentary inquiry, not a point of order. This is no on Article 5? Okay, so I'm going to guess Steve or Oglesby. Is that close?
Where's John? Got my name right. Oglesby, he said it right, just like the city.
Your first name?
Steve.
Steve, okay.
Yeah, my hand gets bored sometimes. And
It's hard to write, especially at the bottom of a page, so thank you.
all right, so did you know that our Constitution doesn't contradict the Bible in any way? Did y'all know that? That's kind of a cool thing. I don't think that if we got anybody Tim Walz sends to a constitutional convention, that it would remain that way. Do y'all? Do you think Ilhan Omar, if she gets sent to a constitutional convention, is going to put things in there that are in accordance with the Bible? I don't. And let me ask you something. People that are pro-COS, what if there was laws passed in the next 3 months that got us balanced budget, that got us term limits, that did something about federal overreach? Who knows how? What if we passed a law that outlawed the income tax? Those are big deals, right? So what if those things happened? Would you still want a convention of states? Would you still want a convention of states? Would you? So here's the question. What if suddenly we have an amazing set of state legislatures that pass laws that can't be denied that they're in favor of the Constitution, and that results in our federal government doing things that are pro-Constitution? Who's going to want a convention of states at that point? I'm thinking maybe it's Ilhan Omar, it's Tim Walz, it's Nancy Pelosi. So the idea of having a constitutional convention or a call for it, a platform plank saying we want it, or putting in the application that's lasting indefinitely, that's not a Republican form of government. The people 2 years from now don't get to vote on that. People 10 years from now don't get to vote. Do we want a convention of states? They don't get to vote on that. And I think that putting this tool up there for anybody to use is a bad idea. And we talked about, someone said that, well, it's just like we're doing right now with our convention. But with our convention, what we're doing is we have people who believe mostly the same thing that are showing up. If the Democrats showed up, this would be a really different convention.
Good afternoon, committee members. Peter Wrench, SD 10, 18-time state convention delegate. One other qualification I didn't mention earlier today when we were introducing ourselves is that I'm also a survivor of the first ISIS-inspired terrorist attack in the U.S. when two violent jihadi terrorists drove from Arizona to Garland, Texas, with the full knowledge, permission, and assistance from the Obama FBI to murder us because their holy book and their Sharia law told them to. I was shocked to discover that the current RPT platform takes no stance on Sharia law, and I've brought a proposal with me I'll give to your secretary of a group of ideas from myself, Tarrant County activist Dory O'Brien, and patriot and former legislative candidate Tom Glass. I believe the most appropriate place for it would be in Plank 4, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Chapter 0.90 of the Reliance of the Traveler, which is a book listing all the laws that come from Islam that followers must adhere to, called Sharia law. Chapter 0.90, dealing with jihad, says that it is the job of all Muslims to defeat the non-Muslim people of the world by conversion and submission or death, and the violent overthrow of all forms of government not sanctioned by the Quran. Sharia law is totally incompatible with the Texas and U.S. constitutions. Please insert a clear statement into our platform taking a bold, defiant stance against Sharia law and militant Islamic terrorism. It is a priority of RPT Chairman Abraham George, Attorney General Ken Paxton, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and Governor Greg Abbott. We must defend our Constitution, our laws, and our culture. Thank you for your time. I will also email a copy of this proposal to committee members later this evening.
Thank you, sir. That's for your comments, thoughts. Second. Okay. Let's just keep going. So by my count, this will be the 10th speaker for Article 5, in support of Article 5, blank number 24. So Ruth Soshan? We don't say, we're not that good with French names in West Texas. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Members of the Platform Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of blank number 24 in regards to the Convention of States. No matter what your party affiliation, Texans know that the federal government is broken. And let's face it, Congress will never propose amendments to limit their power. To put a check on the federal power, our founders added a phrase to Article 5 that gives the states the same power as Congress to propose amendments to the Constitution. Our founders intended for it to be very difficult to amend the Constitution. In fact, since 1789, there have been nearly 12,000 proposed amendments, but only 33 were sent to the states for ratification, and only 27 of those have been ratified. We're blessed in Texas to have so much support in our legislature. In 2017, we became the 11th state to pass this resolution with an 8-year extension. And then they passed it again in 2025 without an expiration. Most conservatives are in support of this process, with a vocal few that use fear to discredit this process, using terms like con and runaway convention. The term con comes from a misconception that the convention to propose amendments is the same as a constitutional convention, like the one in 1787. Further, the term runaway comes from a misconception that the delegates to the 1787 convention were only supposed to make changes to the Articles of Confederation instead of proposing a new constitution. And I would also like to add that the key word in Article 5 in regards to Congress is the word call, C-A-L-L, the word call. This term simply means that Congress sets the time, the place, and the subject for the convention, and that is all that they will do. I appreciate all of your time and efforts and respectfully ask for you to support, for your support in maintaining plank number 24 on the platform. And I do have some edits that I'd like to share with you and give to your secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I'd like the record to reflect that we're beyond the 10. So Caleb Pilato. I think would be the last. So we'll go ahead and let this will be the last speaker on article on plank number 24. And so if anybody else would like to register in our notes that you are here and supporting it, you may do so with the secretary. So with that, Caleb?
I'm Caleb, yes.
Okay, if you would, go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. My name is Caleb Piela. I'm Senate District 1. Just like you, I've served on this committee before, and I appreciate your attention. I know it's hard to conduct the duties of the committee, but if I can get your attention real quick, I will say that as a U.S. Navy veteran, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. When I finished my enlistment, my oath did not end. So I just want to say that I fully support our Constitution, support Article 5 of the Constitution, and I ask that you would consider supporting our plank 24, Article 5 Convention of States. Somebody mentioned that it's divisive, but there's nothing divisive about our Constitution. And I just want to read briefly plank 24, which states the Texas legislature shall extend the call for a convention of states to impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and term limits of office of federal office officials and members of Congress. There's nothing divisive about this plank. It was also mentioned that Congress can pass a law to get fiscal restraints in place. There's a 16th Amendment that requires, or that gives authority to Congress to levy taxes, to get taxes from us, the taxpayers. So passing a law will not fix this. Spending is out of control. We know that Congress is not going to do this. Plus, the Constitution specifically gives power to Congress. So we're proposing that the states get together and solve this fiscal restraint that has gone out of control from the federal government, from Congress. So I just want to make sure that you understand that part, that passing a law will not fix the fiscal restraint, as it was mentioned by somebody else. I'm not sure who that was. But it takes more than passing a law when it's in the Constitution that Congress is allowed to do that. There are other supporters. I know a few supporters were mentioned. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say that other supporters include Governor Abbott and others and members of Congress and former senators. So thank you for your attention. And I again, feel that it's my duty to support and defend the Constitution, the same oath that I took as a Navy veteran. And I ask for your support on Plank 24 and Article 5 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, shipmate. So Daniel Webster, I'll say one of my favorite quotes Daniel Webster said is, "God grants liberty to those who love it and are always ready to defend it." It has nothing to do with being in the military. It means to be here. So I appreciate what y'all are doing here.
That's right.
So that concludes all viva voce testimony in support of Article 24, or plank number 24. And with that, now we will have Evelyn Lance in support of anti-something?
Congress of States.
In support of Trump.
That's, okay. I want to speak to two resolutions. The first one was the one by Peter Bowen, which way back a while ago he presented here. It's a Texas joins President Trump in restoring the American system of political economy. And I think this is critical because we are not doing our job as a Republican Party of mobilizing support across the country so that we will win these midterms and get more of President Trump's policies through. I spoke to a major Republican organization not that long back, just went through some of the statistics and picture of everything that's been accomplished by President Trump in terms of new jobs, new factories, new developments. And I had lots of people come up to me and say, thank you so much for coming and bringing this information. I didn't know that. And these are Republican activists. How are we supposed to be getting, the average voter isn't going to know it if even Republican activists don't. So it is our responsibility to back up what President Trump is doing and go out there and fight for it. So that is the reason I support Peter's resolution. On the other question of the Convention of States, I think it, in a certain sense, flows from the resolution that Peter put forward, because I have been involved in politics for over 50 years. I spoke over a number of years to people about the Convention of States, which I am vehemently opposed to. And most people's argument came down to we can't get our government to do what we need to have done, so let's do it this way by opening up the potential to change the Constitution. That is pessimism, and that pessimism has been ingrained in us for a very long time because we've had very bad leaders. We now have a tremendous leader. He has shown the ability to get policies through the Congress with the great big beautiful bill and other things. He has shown the ability to defeat people that stand in the way of that, like the defeat of John Cornyn. And I think we should be working with our president, with the Constitution we have now, to get through the admittedly rotten Congress, but I think with President Trump and a mobilized population, we can get through what we need and we don't have to open the door to what's being said. One last thing. I was at the San Antonio Convention 2 years ago because somebody said, well, we have conventions like this. At that convention, we ended up with a tiny amount of time to have an enormous amount of subjects on the platform brought up. It was late at night. There was almost no time, there was almost no discussion, and then the thing was rammed through. So anybody who tells me that if you have a convention, you're going to have a good, thorough discussion, I say, look at the San Antonio Convention of the Republican Party 2 years ago.
Thank you for your comments. Kimberly Rogers, or Mayor, is that a M? Mayor?
I just wanted to see and make sure that our Veterans Affairs bill go over to the Defense of Veterans Affairs Committee because one of them is on VA accountability. Also, we have 2 Gold Star Mother bills that were pushed by, and supported by President Trump, the Sergeant Adam Two-Step Act. So there's also to help with human trafficking, if you could support that. The Joey Lenz Act, it's very important that we cover that one, especially for our National Guard. We have, which is basic military regulations where we do physicals. We need to include blood tests because of all that vaccines. And also with the push-ins of SSRIs and mixed medications, we're seeing an increase of, what was it? Serotonin syndrome, was, I believe it was. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm with Veterans for America First. I'm the National Vet Fund. We also want to expand, which is SAVES Act, which is probably should be on that committee, is an expansion of service dog programs with TVC, using that grant money for oversight. Also, we want to push True Choice. If illegals can have and go see the doctors they want, why are our veterans not being able to still see the doctors that we want? And then we want to push license of neuropathic doctors. We have the psilocybin psychedelics be pushed by Trump. We did pass it in the last legislative session. We need these doctors licensed so we can properly treat our veterans with PTSD and TBI.
This committee, is it going to be tomorrow?
Yeah. They need to go over to the Veterans and Defense because there are some amendments that need to be suggested, especially on the Title 61. Can I email them to you?
The schedule.
That might be better. Can I get your email then?
Here, I'll-
Okay. Okay. Can I just come over and get it from you real quick? Moyers.
Tuesday.
So no, it would just be for like neuropathics in general. We are being overdosed. I don't know if you know this. In 2017, Newsweek did an article that the opiate crisis actually was started by the VA. So we need to move more into holistic medicines, like HBOT is a big one. And that's why we need more neuropathic doctors. I know that we did pass Mary Lou's law. I testified on that 2 legislative sessions ago. I know Steve Toth is literally working on that right now with Methodist, but if we could expand to licensing neuropathic doctors, holistic doctors, that would actually benefit us veterans. And that's why we need that in the state of Texas. Not just psilocybins or psychedelics, it's all of it. No, I want them to be able to do that because here's the thing with the VA, they still need that degree, that doctor, right? So that way they could hook up with our community care program. I don't want to restrict anything. I want to expand it, but I want to expand it to veterans. That's why these doctors need licenses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia? Is it Bowen? Are you related to the previous Bowen?
I am. He's my better half. This is Marcia Bowen. I'm from SD 13. I actually wanted to speak to two of the resolutions here today. One is my husband's resolution, which was passed through our SD 13 on restoring the American system of political economy. And I agree that it relates directly to the question of Article 5. I heard somebody say that in defense of the Article 5 Plank 24, that they said everybody here knows the federal government is broken. Well, no, the federal government under President Trump is now reviving a manufacturing renaissance, and I'm sure you've all heard 172,000 new jobs in May, double the expectations. That's coming from the American system. That's coming from tariffs. That's coming from policies in our Constitution. And I think many people have been drawn to the idea of the Convention of States because they think our Constitution isn't working, but frankly, I think they're demoralized because I think our Constitution is working. And there's a lot of bumps in the road. I think many of us would agree that the 2020 election was stolen. So nothing's going to be perfect. But I think that what we're now seeing emerge, I think it would be far better for the Republican Party of Texas to be outright for Trump and supporting the American system of economics, and let us unleash that capability in the United States, which we've not had for 50 years. And we're only beginning to see this thing cook. Already we are exceeding Japan in steel production. We've just started the first aluminum smelter plant in 50 years. Shipbuilding coming back to America, finally. Of course, our own mining and strategic minerals. All of this is going to make the United States enormously powerful, and this economy, I think, is going to show people that we can solve this crisis that people believe is a broken government. I think it's being solved right now because the President of the United States is implementing American system, and I think Texas Republican Party should thank him for that. I think that should be part of our work.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I too am a manifest destiny kind of guy. Okay, next is Amy O'Donnell on Plank 23 from 14. Amy O'Donnell from District 14. Are you that Amy McDonald?
How are you? Can I hand these to you? Thank you, members of the committee. And Mr. Chairman, my name is Amy O'Donnell. I am the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life, a nonpartisan, non-sectarian, pro-life organization that has worked for 39 years to protect innocent human life through peaceful legal means. I'm also a delegate from SD 14. I am here today to ask this committee to strike Plank 23 as written and replace it with a resolution on the compassionate protection of innocent human life as stated in that packet. Plank 23 is language advocated for by a fringe group that considers themselves anti-pro-life. In Texas, the language they advocate for under equal protection means a woman who obtains an abortion faces the same criminal penalties as homicide. So rather than hold the abortion provider accountable, they want to punish women with the threat of life in prison or the death penalty. And when pressed on this, proponents have stated on record that if that's where it leads, so be it. The proponents of Plank 23 have passed 0 laws, they have stopped 0 abortions, and they have saved 0 lives through any legislative advocacy. Worse, they oppose the Human Life Protection Act, the Heartbeat Act, and House Bill 7, currently saving lives in Texas today. Texas Alliance for Life helped pass those laws which ended legal abortion in our state, and those laws have steep penalties for illegal abortion providers. Through the Human Life Protection Act, that's up to 99 years in prison, fines of $100,000 or more, and loss of medical license. House Bill 7 adds another layer of enforcement on top to the Human Life Protection Act, adding another enforcement mechanism into our law. The proponents of Plank 23 opposed both of those bills. They stood against the laws that drove abortion providers out of Texas. Right now, abortion-minded women are walking into pregnancy centers across Texas, handing over pills and choosing life. Women halfway through a chemical abortion are calling for reversal and saving their babies. Pregnancy resource centers are saving lives because women trust they will not be prosecuted. That progress stops the moment women fear criminal charges. Equal protection does not end abortion. It has passed 0 laws, saved 0 lives, stopped 0 abortions. It ends the lifelines saving babies right now. The replacement resolution we're proposing affirms the sanctity of human life from conception to natural death, strengthens enforcement against illegal abortion providers and chemical abortion drug traffickers, opposes criminal penalties against women so they may freely access the help at pregnancy centers, supports increased funding for pregnancy centers, adoption services, and maternal health programs, and advances education that affirms the dignity of every human life. This language protects babies, supports women, focuses accountability where it belongs on illegal providers, not mothers, and reflects 39 years of proven results. I ask the committee to strike the equal protection language from Plank 23 as written and replace it with the compassionate protection of innocent human life language I have shared with you today in this packet. Go ahead. Sure. I would hesitate to speak for the other groups that you mentioned. As a representative of our group, I can speak for our group. The language that we advocate for in any law, it has to protect life from conception. That's always our goal. We've done that through an incremental approach over 39 years. And the Human Life Protection Act that we advocated for was triggered by Dobbs overturning Roe, and when that happened, all abortion stopped in Texas with life protected from conception forward, with steep penalties for abortion providers, those who illegally perform an abortion. And so all of the surgical abortions in Texas have ceased. All of the abortion providers in Texas have ceased performing abortions. Now we're facing a threat from out of state. And it's a federal issue, which is something we're working on in some of the other committees. We need enforcement of the Comstock Act. We need the FDA to stop circumventing our laws. But we still need to hold the providers accountable. We need to stop the pipeline. We need to leave resources through pregnancy centers available to help women, because we know that they're going in there and they are choosing life after they find that support is available. If they fear punishment, they will not walk through those doors. But if we stop the pipeline, we stop the issue. I, again, won't speak for Texas Right to Life. It's a different organization, but I would say that we advocate from the same approach, the incremental approach that the abolitionists oppose. Bradley Pierce is on record, as our other abolitionist leaders, against the Human Life Protection Act, the Heartbeat Act, House Bill 7, that have had full support of our leaders, our governor, our legislators, our lieutenant governor, and they have opposed those. And what that means is, let's say they had won in their opposition. Every surgical abortion and every abortion provided on Texas soil would still be happening today. But not only that, we would also have shipments coming from out of state. So we would have a compounded problem. We've stopped the abortions that were happening in Texas. Now we're going to stop it at a federal level. We absolutely believe that we can do that. But that does not mean we have to criminalize women. It has never been the approach of the pro-life movement. And that's why I say that they're anti-pro-life. They believe that in order to advance their cause, they have to oppose the pro-life movement as a whole.
They had this blocked off so it gave me a run from there to there.
What harm does Plank 23 do for me as a pro-life advocate? It would set our laws back tremendously. One, they've never passed any laws, they've never saved any lives, they've never stopped any abortions. And so right now we're advocating against an idea that a group says will work, but they have no history to back up that statement. They have no history of passing any laws. They actually have no idea what the consequences of those laws passing would be. We know that statistics show that our incremental approach has saved lives over the years, and the Human Life Protection Act ran all abortion providers out of the state. So we have Texas. The pro-life movement has Texas. It is illegal for an abortion to be performed in the state of Texas. Now, we do have to stop the illegal workaround that the federal government is doing, but it is currently illegal for anybody to provide an abortion in the state of Texas. Equal protection, it is just untenable, unpassable, and it lacks any substance or data showing that it would ever work. We fully believe it would set us back.
Thank you for your thoughts and thank you for bringing it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Samantha Furness. Plank number 2, pro-life, from District 24.
Hello, my name is Samantha Furness. I am Senate District 24. I am a legislative associate with Texas Right to Life, and I'll try and keep it nice and short for y'all. The Republican Party is pro-life. This is something that we all know, and it's one of the starkest differences between us and the Democrats. And we need to communicate this clearly and unapologetically. Texas has been a leader in life for decades and continues to be a winning issue electorally for us and for our party. Any suggestion that the Republican Party can endure if we decenter life is plainly absurd, and we must reject it outright. Please keep this plank, keep it as one of the very first principles of our party, and please remember to make all of your decisions for the rest of the platform in light of this clear principle. Thank you, and I will take questions if you have them. We also have our legislative director testifying a little bit later, so she'll have answer stuff as well. All right, thank you.
James Anato. I'm sorry. Wait, this looks like. On what are you speaking?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I was looking at constitutional issues and was looking at the rest of the platform. I kind of focused on 249, which is a resolution that has a lot of stuff about Israel in it. And you know, there's a lot of parts of it that I think should stay in the platform, but I also wanted to say there's parts of that plank 249 that are in conflict with a lot of the aspects of all of our constitutional issues planks. And then I also heard somebody earlier, a moment ago, who I was just talking with in the back. She had talked about, veterans should have access to medical cannabis. And it just got me thinking about how important this entire section is. And I'd like to ask this subcommittee to scrutinize with prejudice all the other planks in the rest of the platform that are in conflict with our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our sovereignty. It perhaps is for good reason why all of these planks that are at the beginning of our platform, right after the principles, are at the beginning. And every other platform plank in every other section that follows it, if it is in conflict with our rights and the rule of law and our sovereignty, then I would urge all members of the platform committee and this subcommittee to scrutinize those planks with prejudice. People have a Ninth Amendment right to have medical freedom, and if they want to use cannabis to address what hurts them, whether you're a veteran or not, that is your Ninth Amendment right. And then people have a right to scrutinize and critique the actions of another government. And so it is unconstitutional for the state of Texas and 34 other states across this country to say that if I'm a business owner and I want to boycott, divest Israel or any other country, it's not just about Israel, it's any other country, that's in conflict with my First Amendment rights. And so people have a right to have an opinion. Even if they're wrong, the First Amendment exists not to protect rights that are popular, it's to protect rights that are unpopular. And so please just keep that in consideration about what is the importance of this section of our platform. Why is it put first on the platform? Because everything else subsides from it or derives from it. We are the Republican Party, and I think there's different definitions of the word. Okay, well, just one. I've heard it said before, and I agree with this definition or understanding of the word Republican or republic. It's the rule of law. Res publica. Res being what is the ruling entity. Publica is the public thing. So this is the rule of law party. Thank you for your time.
No. I like Jennifer Lundy with Texas for Judicial Accountability. She had some things she wanted to push harder than last time. She got 4 of them on the whatever, on the docket or something.
So we're beyond the limit of verbal testimony on plank 24. So therefore, Richard Bonnert and Susan Chamberlain, we're going to note in our note that you were here and that you supported the 24th plank number 24. So we're going to go to Ashley Leinertz, precinct or District 24, 14, I'm sorry, the preamble for pro-life.
They keep saying that. So I had something to address that. They keep saying that.
Hello, committee members. Thank you so much for the time y'all have taken to volunteer on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas. My name is Ashley Leinertz. I serve as the Legislative Director for Texas Right to Life, also Precinct Chair for 383 and SD 14. I'm glad to be here with y'all. Texas Right to Life is supportive of the preamble as it stands and the planks that we have in here that include protecting preborn life from fertilization. Texas Right to Life is the oldest and largest pro-life organization in the state of Texas. We advocate for protecting these preborn babies through legal, peaceful, and prayerful means. And we also have an education team where we train college students on pro-life issues to help defend life on college campuses, especially as the abortion pill has become more and more prevalent. Back in 2021, the Biden their FDA removed the in-person requirement for the abortion pills, which endangers women more than ever before. Now those pills are coming across the state. Thankfully, we were able to lead on passing the Woman and Child Protection Act. The enforcement of that is still being rolled out right now, which will help us go against the attorney generals in other states that have passed shield laws, but there's more left to be done to defend preborn life in our state. We also want to protect vulnerable patients and vulnerable, innocent human life. And we also want to help build a culture that supports life, and that we're standing with mothers, encouraging adoption agencies, maternity homes, pregnancy resource centers, so we're not leaving women vulnerable and abandoned, but actually helping shape our culture, adding education to high school curriculum, helping people learn about what abortion is, what their fetal development is. So those are other things that we're working on. We are supportive of keeping the preamble strong, making sure that we keep our platform strong so we can encourage Republicans to defend innocent human life. This is one of the key features that separates us from the Democrat Party. If we remove life issues from the Republican Party, it will be very difficult to distinguish the two parties that we have, and helping people understand if you are pro-life, if you believe in defending innocent human life, you should be a Republican. And this is one of the key factors that drive people out to vote. It also is one of the factors that helps people win elections if you are forward on it. If you try and back down on the life issue and you're not bold on it, you're more likely to lose your election. That's where we've seen tragic losses across our country. So we would encourage people to stand strong in defending innocent human life. But I would be happy to yield for questions if y'all have any on Texas Right to Life, the platform, or anything.
We have the same things that we all need, nutrition, oxygen, and a safe place, right? That's when humanity begins. And so if we start defining it and protecting it at some other point, we're dehumanizing those before that point. That's why we have to stay with fertilization. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you very much. Caleb Irving, also on abolishing abortion. Senate District 2.
Yes, sir. Yes, my name is Caleb Irving, Senate District 2. I'm a precinct chair in our county, and I was on the committee for resolutions for our county convention, where we put forward that we wanted to have equal protection for the preborn as a legislative priority. And we even resisted some of the modifications to planks that were attempting to remove the constitutional language surrounding the unborn that is in the Republican platform as it is. So I'm speaking in favor of keeping plank 23 the way it is, that we have equal protection for the preborn, to honor God in protecting people equally from conception, that we can talk about all of these other topics with taxes and Sharia law and our sovereignty and all these different things, but while we are still murdering 31,000 of our countrymen, of our children in this state, we should not expect God to heap blessings upon us in these other categories. So I'm speaking in support of keeping this language as it is.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Nathan Irving from Senate District 2. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your time. Nathan Irving, Senate District 2, and I'm also here to voice an opinion in support of keeping number 23. I'm a pastor, and I'm also a Marine Corps veteran, so in two ways, this is very near and dear to me. I believe that equal protection is essential, and I'm trying not to be too redundant. A lot of these things have already been said, but is essential if we're going to fear and love God, which we know is the greatest commandment, to love Him with all of our heart, soul, mind, and strength. We know from His Word that He hates imbalanced scales. He hates partiality, treating one group of people different from another group, and anything short of equal protection would be that. That would be partiality, ultimately offensive to God, and as has already been said, will not bring about blessing upon our nation. As a Marine Corps veteran, I have a Purple Heart. I came very close on a couple of occasions to giving my life for the vulnerable in our land, and so this is a very near and dear reality to me as well. We went over there to fight enemies, foreign, and we have what the reality is, enemies domestic, and we're doing nothing about it, or we're not doing enough to stop it. And so keeping equal protection language would be a step in that direction. These are my countrymen. These are my fellow statesmen. This is the future of our state, and so I'd appeal to everyone here to consider that and to love their neighbor as themselves.
First, as a veteran also, I thank you for your service. We always like dropping Marines off on beaches in foreign land.
Thank you for yours.
So, and I appreciate that you bring forward and previous, I guess your brother as well.
He is my brother.
That we all, I'm speaking broadly, but this party has taken a stance to make this a constitutional issue. The abortion is a constitutional issue of the right to life and liberty. And so, and I think that, the legislature, as of late, has taken good measures, and they'll continue the fight until they can save every baby they can. So I appreciate all of y'all's comments on this regard.
Thank you very much. Sheila
Hempill, 28, repeal unlawful, unconstitutional law.
I'm Sheila Hemphill with Senate District 28. I've been working on behalf of the people as a lobbyist for the last 12 years, handling really difficult topics, predominantly COVID and tough issues. I have to tell you that what I'm presenting today has given me the most travail I've ever experienced in that Capitol. It is because it's a have you stopped beating your wife situation. If you say yes, then you were beating your wife. If you say no, you're still beating your wife. So the topic we have here is Texas Government Code 488.001, passed in 2021 by Senator then Representative King, which states, anti-Semitism means a certain perception of Jews that may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Now, if we can just stop for a minute and forget about who it's about, what we have is a law adjudicating on perception. I was at the Capitol with 6 people around the grill, and I said, everybody watching? And I stuck my tongue out. 2 people laughed, 2 people looked offended, and one guy goes, I thought you were flirting. That is an example of perception. We cannot be adjudicating on perception. In the Texas Rules of Evidence, the word perception is only used one time, and that's exclusively in the form of a personal testimony. And then I got to thinking, expression of hatred? Do I have a constitutional right to express hatred? Yes, I do, because God hates 7 things. So long as I do not encroach into Supreme Court rulings of threats, fighting words, defamation, etc. So I'm like, man, it is unlawful because you cannot adjudicate on perception, and it's unconstitutional because it is prohibiting the expression of hatred. Now, do I want to be hating people? No. Do I have a right to? Yes. And then, if you continue, the law says, and page 2 here is actually the law cut and paste. Includes rhetorical and physical acts of anti-Semitism directed toward Jewish and non-Jewish individuals or their let's get to the point. Examples of anti-Semitism are included in the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definitions of Sir? There were 9 anti-Semitism bills in 2025. I went to every author. I said, have you gone to look at this foreign website to see the 11 examples of anti-Semitism where number 9 is claims of Jews killing Jesus as anti-Semitic? The others are questioning things becomes anti-Semitic. Part of the bills was to define anti-Semitism as bullying. If those bills had passed, remember, it's based on perception. It doesn't have to be fact, it doesn't have to be evidence, it doesn't have to be harm, perception. I feel pretty confident that my actions of trying to bring to attention legislators who didn't even know it was part of the law. When I testified in my 2 minutes, Senator King, whose bill it was, goes, where are you getting that from? And then we went into a triad of, well, you know, it's really the Romans who killed Jesus. I'm like, that's not the point. We have a problem when we have laws, and it shouldn't be up to us. You know what they say? Well, you know, sometimes we just don't get it right, and that's what courts are for. No, it's not. They shouldn't even be doing unlawful and unconstitutional things, and it shouldn't be up to us to go pony up legal fees to go fight the state of Texas that pay the attorneys with our, so yes, thank you. Yes, sir. Okay. He's talking about the Israel plank of 2024. Uh-huh. Well, what was interesting during these hearings, there were more Jewish witnesses against these bills than they were for it. And the ones that were for the anti-Semitism bills, every single example had legal definitions. It was bullying. It was arson. It was harassment. We have laws protecting. And if you look through this list, this went before a court, the U.S. number 2, number A. Governor Abbott issued an executive order during the riots or the camp out at University of Texas. It basically would have said to add anti-Semitism based upon these 11 definitions that none of the authors even knew about. And at the top of it, it says non-legally binding definitions. I went, oh my gosh, you have to go to a foreign website to find non-legally definitions, non-legally binding definitions that with one sentence gets into our state law and the authors didn't even know it or look. Okay, now, can I say what the court said? I oppose the harassment or disparagement of mankind. I don't care. We are designed to love one another and support one another. So it also gets into equal protection law. But this is what the court found. While some may find her speech disagreeable, offensive, and even inflammatory, it is the bedrock principle underlying the First Amendment that government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive or disagreeable. We are talking about our First Amendment, and I'm telling you, I was in an office making this statement, doing some gestures that I always made sure it was just staff in the room. Well, I didn't realize someone, a very pregnant, obviously Jewish woman, slipped in behind me and I didn't know it. And when I did something, I hear this, and I turn around and I'm telling you, I was in travail because I was like, that is that quick. How I could have been subject to prosecution based upon these 11 definitions of anti-Semitism. And it didn't even have to be fact. It would have to be how it was. We need some process by which clear and irrefutable breaches of lawfulness. If you can't have evidence, be happy to. It actually came through. The biggest thing here is to inform this body of what I feel is a threat, because in 13 countries, those definitions can put people in prison. So I feel like it's a threat. It's not against Jewish people. It is a threat to our freedom of speech. And you lose freedom of speech, and you're downhill. And it did come through our McCulloch County resolutions, has the language for a plank platform.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Members, that is all of the names that I have registered. I think we'll just take 10 minutes, maybe, for a little break, and then resume. When we resume, we'll start looking at stuff.
was going to head out here, so I almost text you to see him. I asked her, I'm like, do you have your cell phone? I'm like, wait a minute, I guess I have it because I forgot that we texted at the beginning.
Sorry about that.
I'm like, I'm just going to leave it here if she was.
It's
I
fine.
think it's going to be fine. I don't
It
know,
would have
but-
been fine.
Yes, we don't. They aren't really checking anyone in now, but right now it's
Yeah.
not any crazies. Because they don't they're not anywhere publicly that this is going on.
That's true, yes.
So unless you went to our website and did search for it.
And it's always. I know.
We started at 4, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sure they're going to be
He's
going.
hungry. You're thinking he's hungry.
Well, I think some of the ones, someone asked about the finance. They said there's no one in the room anymore. And I'm like, well, they might have finished already. I mean, I didn't know any of the subcommittee members there. He didn't.
And I just realized I told a couple people the wrong room number, so they probably knows. I kept getting confused.
They should be. I mean, as long as we realized that we were not, that someone put out the
2024
one again.
Yes.
So, I was. Did Trey said anything about Wednesday's kind of process? And Thursday?
Well, we're going to go plank by plank.
Right. Is that kind of just through Wednesday?
Yeah.
And then is there going to be testimony time then on Wednesday?
I think so.
Someone had asked about that.
think
That was
there is.
it's coming up on Wednesday.
And then there'll be testimony again when it's the permanent.
Thursday. I think we'll do most of the work after Thursday. We can't opt it to Thursday, right?
Right. Yeah. So I figure what I'll do is I'll just start off by saying, like, saying like I'll entertain a motion to begin with what I sent y'all, and then we'll start from there.
Have we done the other ones? Someone was working on those other.
National defense. So that's why I was hoping to see Brian, but I guess he's going to their committee as well. So tonight, for you, I'm going to talk to him again and send his stuff to me. I'm going to look at it and send it out to you all so we can all look at it. I know it's going to be really late, but because
I have a couple comments on the. There was, I did find the precinct level.
Okay.
But it was kind of, I guess it was what was in there last year, maybe.
Yeah, I just left it.
I'm wondering if it's not clear though. It's kind of it's a funky way it was written, and it's like, I think it's like by precinct, which confuses people. They think that means that every precinct's going to have their own.
Oh.
I think
yeah.
I think something maybe to clarify that, because that's the bit that we get is they're like, well, why?
We have 177 precincts.
Right, we can't staff 80 right now. How are we going to staff? We have 250 precincts, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think it's like 256 precincts in Collin County.
Yeah, but that's not the intention because it's already in law that you can combine precincts.
Right.
But yes, we can put it in there. But yeah.
So, but yeah. I know. I'm good friends with Abby Lindstrom, and she sent you this stuff because
She did.
I'm like, this looks like what you sent me too. It's like, yes, I sent it to Christine already too.
Yeah, because I asked her. I was like, can you condense it a little bit? It's a little long.
Right.
And so she was like, okay. I took like
Hi.
10 out.
I'm doing fine.
So good to see you. It's good to be here, huh?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Because I've been trying to tell her, like, give me the exact language that you want. Don't ask me to.
We'll see you around.
I'll be around. I will be around.
Tell me what you wanted to say.
Sure.
So, yeah, and that's one of my things is like people talk about, well, I want, this general thing. I'm like, well, what language are you proposing? So, and I think that's just something that people just need to learn as they go on. It's like looking at all these resolutions. It's like, tell me exactly what language you want.
Well, or it's like some of the people were sending
there, but it's probably, this was probably a really expensive. One is a single codec. Even audio, but then
I'm just that you guys are even here.
downstream effects of this technology. We've got the rise of cancers, the rise of eye issues. It is a well-documented adverse reaction profile. To your point, though, if you are concerned about mRNA COVID vaccines, you should be concerned about all of the vaccines on the schedule because none of them have gone through placebo-based testing. None of them have liability protections for the consumer. So there is a lot of overlap. I think the concern there is that the tremendous spike of adverse reactions that have been reported in the aftermath of the COVID response has been significant enough to call for a moratorium on that technology. All right, I'll hop into that. Thank you for your question. So yeah, I am Rebecca Hardy, SD9. I'm the president of Texans for Vaccine Choice. As Emily outlined, our proposed revision to Plank 114 streamlines and strengthens this platform, removing redundancies, incorporating recently passed legislation and consolidating related planks under their proper home. But it also adds some much needed protections for some mandates that are still being enforced in Texas, all while only modestly expanding the plank. While we believe this proposal is a significant improvement, I'd like to briefly explain why these additions matter. First, current law does allow medical facilities to decide whether to recognize employee vaccine exemptions and which ones they will accept. And as a result, healthcare workers and students in animal and human health education are continuing to face barriers into their employment and their education and career advancement because of their vaccination decisions. I want to make it very clear that these mandates are not hypothetical. They are being enforced today. And later on this week at the TFVC booth, you can hear directly from these people that are struggling to navigate these policies in real time in Texas, where they are having to either choose between their livelihood or a potential livelihood, be it a student, and their personal choices. And this issue also impacts healthcare workforce. Just last week, Texans for Vaccine Choice was testifying in an interim hearing in the Public Health Committee, addressing these mandates, urging lawmakers to address healthcare mandates because it is preventing a lot of people from even entering the workforce because of these coercive policies. I just want to make it very clear, too, that Texans are still being denied medical care based on vaccination status across the state as well. And I see that my time is up, but I will just say this. The bottom line is that no Texan should lose their job, their educational opportunities, or access to medical care based on vaccination status. And I really appreciate your work on this committee this week. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Peggy Ostrander, SD8, and I am testifying for 114J, another healthcare independence piece. It's for any requirement that a nurse practitioner can only provide health care to patients under a delegative agreement with a physician in the state of Texas. Did you know, in order for a nurse practitioner to work in Texas, they must sign an annual delegative contract with a physician, have a monthly communication with a physician, and a physician reviews minimally one chart a month? Times have vastly changed since these laws were initially passed in the 1970s. We now have internet, cell phones, technology, AI, and all kinds of good stuff. Currently, 38 states, the Veterans Administration, the Department of Defense, which is the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines, have modernized these laws. All the states that touch Texas have modernized these laws since the 1980s with no problems, many of them. Texas is number 50 in access to health care. Texans deserve a healthcare system rooted in freedom, free market competition, and personal responsibility, not government control. Overregulation and protectionist policies have created artificial barriers that limit access to care, drive up costs, and prevent qualified healthcare professionals from serving patients to the fullest extent of their education and training. Thank you. Questions? Thank you. Thanks.
Well, Chairman, members, thank you for your time. My name is Jonathan Covey, SD24. I'm the Policy Director also for Texas Values. And we're going to be talking with you this week about a proposal to have a medical conscience protections plank. So y'all know that the Republican Party has been a long-time supporter of conscience rights in health care. However, with my team's work in the legislature every session, we realized that the planks on conscience protection that are currently in the platform were written before a lot of the new generation of challenges that we're facing. And Doctor, I'm glad you're on the subcommittee because you can verify a lot of these things. But the goal for us was to strengthen and modernize the protections that we already have on conscience for healthcare providers in the platform. And we believe that the best way to address this is by focusing on three key areas. So protecting healthcare professionals from retaliation, recognizing the importance of conscience protections in addressing healthcare workforce shortages, and making sure that conscience protection rights extend to additional and newer areas of practice like gender transition, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, referrals, that kind of thing. Conscience conflicts today extend beyond the issues that are currently dealt with in the platform. The platform mostly deals in like plank 139 with abortion and euthanasia conscience protections. There's also plank 110, which talks about student conscience protections for medical students. But in our one-pager, we not only provide you with language on that you can use, but also how this proposal builds on the current conscience protections. And so, religious liberty doesn't stop when you put on a white coat. And so I would just respectfully ask you to take a look at this and support our medical conscience protections plank. And I'm happy to talk with you any more about this or take any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Subcommittee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm from Senate District 14, also the Government Relations Director for Texas Values. I would like to introduce a new plank, and it would be the Child First Conception Act plank. The language reads, "We believe children have an interest in knowing and, whenever possible, having a relationship with their biological mother and father. Public policy concerning reproductive technology should prioritize the best interests of children rather than the preferences of adults or the commercial interests of the fertility industry. We support prohibiting third-party egg and sperm donation and the commercialization of human reproduction in Texas, and support policies that promote the welfare of children, medical transparency, and the protection of biological parents. Simply, this plank is making sure that third-party egg and sperm donation is protecting children and making sure we're not commodifying children to the point that people are buying and selling children that denies their dignity and the importance of the family unit. Many problems arise from the commercialization of children through egg and sperm donation. It raises several concerns about transparency and informed consent. There are also different medical issues that arise with lack of transparency on the health of even the donor when it comes to the health of the embryo. So this proposal just builds on existing platform language regarding the sanctity of life, embryo dignity, and the opposition of embryo tracking, specifically by addressing third-party gamete donation. Basically, this is just simply saying that children are children, they're persons. We long ago said that we do not sell people. We don't consider people as chattel. We don't consider people as property. So why should that change when it comes to children, even when they're in their first stages of being an embryo? So that's just protecting that and also allowing children to know who their parents are. We've all seen those examples of the man who fathered, I think it was 30 children, and they never found out until later in life that this one man was their child. So just protecting against those harms. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, just want to make sure we're ready. Okay. All right, good afternoon, committee. My name is Samantha Furness, Senate District 24, from Texas Right to Life. I'm a legislative associate, and I'm here to talk about Plank 146 to advocate for additional language for this plank, specifically regarding brain death. The Republican Party of Texas supports the protection of life from fertilization to natural death. That means we support protections for vulnerable hospital patients who deserve to have their rights protected. In line with this position, the RPT platform has a plank opposing the anti-life 25-day rule within the Texas Advanced Directives Act. Texas Right to Life supports this plank, and we will continue working to protect patients who are at risk. We have a patient advocacy team in our organization that works directly with patients and families who are put in a tough position due to Texas law. So we see where the needs and problems are. The Texas Advanced Directives Act is still weaponized against patients. However, it's more difficult to use now than before due to additional protections that the legislature made in 2023. So now we're seeing more brain death declarations instead. Brain death is not body death or biological death. The patient is still alive when declared brain dead, but they're said to have complete, permanent, and irreversible loss of all brain function. If a patient is declared brain dead and they're a registered organ donor, the hospital does not need to get family permission to harvest their organs. That makes it very appealing to organ procurement organizations. One way that doctors test for brain death is the apnea test. A doctor will remove the patient's ventilator and watch for around 8 to 10 minutes to see whether the patient attempts to breathe. If they do, they still have brain function, and if they don't, they're brain dead. Considered brain dead. Obviously, being deprived from oxygen can cause damage and even kill the person. So this test used to see if this person is dead can make the person be dead. This test is often given without fully informed consent, without the family knowing that the test itself can be harmful and damaging. So we just want to add language to this existing plank to continue supporting life-affirming patient protections against the weaponization of brain death declarations, just by saying that families are allowed to decline the apnea test if offered it, to obtain an independent second medical opinion, and to opt out of brain death determinations based on morals. Thank you, and I will take any questions if you have them. Yeah, the way that it's worded on the handout, I believe, and I'm not the absolute expert on this issue. We're going to have somebody here, I believe, tomorrow who is our patient advocate, and she can talk more about this. But the language that we have on the proposal I handed out says that in the case of brain death, families are allowed to seek a second opinion because often they're prohibited from doing that. Yes, I can go grab some. Sorry, can you repeat that? I believe so, that they wouldn't be included in this. So this is for a patient maybe that wouldn't have an advance directive one way or the other. Mhm. Um, I, again, am not the absolute expert on this opinion, so any answer that I give you would be speculative. If the patient has an advance directive, do not resuscitate, then, that's would be in the case of, I would assume, a loss of oxygen or a loss of heart function or something like that. So resuscitation is different from life-sustaining treatment or life support. Okay, thank you.
Are you guys ready? Okay. I'm Amy O'Donnell. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life. We're a statewide organization of people committed to protecting the fundamental right to life of all innocent human beings from the moment of conception or fertilization to natural death using peaceful legal means. And I'm here today for two reasons. One, to advocate for a new plank in the platform for IVF reporting requirements and embryo protections. We believe that life begins at fertilization, and we would like to see IVF clinics submit annual reports to the Texas Health and Human Services Commission detailing the number of embryos created, the number and status of those in cryopreservation or storage, and outcomes for any discarded or transferred embryos, and mandated protections for embryos once created. And so I have the language in there, those last 2 pages, if you guys would like to consider that. And then the second that I'm here today to advocate for is the striking of Plank 195 that's under the pro-life part of the platform to move up replacement under the life-affirming part of the platform, and that's striking the abolish abortion language. This is a group that is anti-pro-life. They consider themselves against the pro-life movement. They've testified against the Human Life Protection Act, the Heartbeat Act, and House Bill 7. These are laws protecting life in Texas right now. These are the very laws that have driven abortion providers out of the state, shut down Planned Parenthood's abortion providing abilities, and believe that the answer to the illegal abortion issue that we're having with drugs coming from out of state is to punish women. And the pro-life movement has never gone that direction. This is not a new approach. These abolitionists have been around for decades. They have passed 0 laws, they have saved 0 lives, and they have stopped 0 abortions. I would like to replace Plank 195 with a Thriving Texas Families plank. Support the Thriving Texas Families program. We support maintaining or increasing funding through the Thriving Texas Families program to assist pregnancy resource centers, adoption services, and maternity homes in providing tangible support to Texas women in need who are choosing life for their babies and building a culture of life in Texas. Thank you. Absolutely. Any questions? Awesome. Thank you.
It's a weird one. Leonard's? It's like. Wonderful, thank you. Hi, my name is Ashley Leonards. I serve as the Legislative Director for Texas Right to Life and also as Precinct Chair for Precinct 383 and SD 14. I respectfully ask the committee to amend Plank 142 and directly address the growing threat of abortion pills that they pose to Texas children. Our state has led the nation in protecting innocent human life, but our leadership is now being tested with this growing new threat. The abortion industry has recently shifted tactics using chemical abortion, largely driven in part to the Biden administration removing the in-person visit requirement for abortion pill distribution. And as a result, the abortion pills now account for over half of the million abortions nationwide, and also around 19,000 abortion pills in Texas. Being mailed to Texas, it's hard to know how many are actually being consumed, but we can track at least that many have come into our state annually. This is, however, a significant drop from the 56,000 abortions that were taking place every year before the Heartbeat Act took effect in 2021. So our pro-life laws are working, but there's still more to be done. The abortion drugs not only kill preborn children, but they also harm vulnerable women. Just this past year, we saw a study of over 800,000 insurance claims that showed that 1 in 10 women who took abortion drugs needed emergency room care within 45 days. So continuing to address this threat will not only save preborn children in our state, but will also protect women. So we ask that this plank be amended to improve strengthening our pro-life laws, adding better education on human development in high school and junior high curriculum, and just education within our culture, and then also putting pressure on the federal government to start passing pro-life laws. We are one of the only states in the world that do not have any protections for preborn life against abortion. So thank you so much, and I'd be happy to yield for questions. Yes, yep. Yes, hopefully we'll get that this session. That's one of my prayers. It's like that would be easy and good. So, anyway. Thank you. Thank y'all for being here and for y'all's service.
Okay. My name is Deborah Simmons. I'm delegate SD 24. So I put down on the list a couple of things, and I want to mostly introduce myself, provide myself as a resource to you to answer any questions. You have probably received multiple resolutions that I may have been involved in. So I wanted to bring attention to the pornography crisis first real quick. On the pornography crisis, you guys did a really good job in the last two platforms to talk about and the civil and criminal penalties on pornography, and particularly with minors. And I always say criminal, civil, criminal, and other. And the other is defunding. So we're funding pornography in multiple arenas. On B, I wanted to thank you again for your support. That particular plank, the age verification for porn sites, was affirmed in the Free Speech Coalition versus Paxton SCOTUS case, but we still need to remove the 1/3, the fractional judgments. So I'm not recommending any changes to that. Could always be improved. Let me know if you have any questions or if you'd like to do that. C has been accomplished. We criminalized childlike sex dolls in the last session, and learned a lot about obscene devices and some of the problems there. And so on D, you all, this particular committee saw the forward thinking of obscene devices, and I would say also to add contraception and sex dolls to that. Because of course, sex dolls are not considered obscene devices in the law. You will have received probably some resolutions that say things like adding or suggesting that local ordinances in sanctuary cities for against pornography, and then also expanding jurisdiction because international websites can still get to our children, and so we need to expand the jurisdiction. And then I would recommend that you include language regarding grooming. So is my time up? If you have any questions on Make Abortion Unthinkable, let me know. Or FDA contaminants as well. Thank you.
I want to speak on platform number 115 about medical records. No victim of domestic violence, stalking, or trafficking should be required to have their ID, photo ID, copied by any insurance company, doctor, medical provider, hospital, clinic, or caregiver due to the large number of data breaches that have been ongoing through numerous agencies. And I know this because I've had my medical records stolen over a half a dozen times and had my medical care weaponized. These have been stolen both physically and through data breaches while dealing with a personal injury lawsuit as well as getting medical care. Before my first divorce hearing, my medical records were stolen from Methodist Hospital. I ended up with neurosurgery at the National Institute of Health because they were affecting my doctor's care because my phone has been hacked and I have been stalked by proxy, cyber stalked, as well as stalked people, you know, trying to find out where I'm at and that sort of thing for the last 16 years. And I have had doctors refuse to be involved in my medical care if I don't give my photo ID for them to photocopy. Well, when somebody is wanting to change their look due to stalking, trying to evade some of this, they are making it difficult, especially if they have access to having your ID at doctor's offices. When insurance companies don't have to have it, that's, you know, the doctor's offices shouldn't. You can show it without having it photocopied. And this is to protect patients. And I know I've worked in the hospital and been a patient. So we need to protect patients and victims, and this is not being done. You can write it down without having to photocopy it. When things are being photocopied and being accessed through other means, through somebody hacking into their system, then they have a visual of what that person looks like. Whereas the doctor's office, they know what you look like. You can show them your ID. Just correct. Because you wonder why some of these people have these multicolored hair. It's not just that, it is escaping abuse. Thank you. And I tried blonde.
Came with handouts and everything. So you're getting handouts because our outgoing chair fails to give our resolutions that we pass unanimously to everybody. And as the incoming chair, it's my responsibility to come say hi to everybody. My name's Andy Ivey, SD22. I am the incoming chairman for Hamilton County, home of the Dove Fest, home of the Texas State Cook-Off, and your 2025 Hamilton Bulldog State Football Champs. I'm here for number 4 only, and you've already heard this. When I walked in the room, somebody was already telling you everything I'm going to tell you, so I'm just putting my name behind it as well. We are totally on board with vaccine choice. We want to end any discrimination based on vaccination status, and we would like to prohibit a vaccine mandate. I know you've probably heard this 100 times, so I'm done. I'm not going to say any more about it. Thank you.
Hi there, thank you for your time. Nathan Irving, SD2. So I'm here to speak in favor of Plank 195 as it is written. It states, abolish abortion. We urge the Texas legislature to enact legislation to abolish abortion by immediately securing the right to life and equal protection of the laws to all preborn children from the moment of fertilization, and to oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the United States Constitution by denying such persons equal protection of the laws, and to adopt effective tools to ensure the enforcement of our laws to protect life when doctors or district attorneys fail to do so. And one wonders what kind of a Texan, what kind of a Republican, what kind of a Christian would oppose things like securing the right to life for children, for preborn children? What kind of a person would oppose equal protection to such? There were many claims that were made a moment ago. They said that abolitionists want to kill women. That's ridiculous. As a pastor, as a father, as a husband, as a Marine Corps veteran, that's highly offensive, of course, I fought to defend women, and I'm continuing to do so. The most compassionate approach to women is to make it unthinkable, to make it illegal, to make it unaccessible. We're going to have testimonies to hand out later. So many women that would say, I never would have done it if it was illegal. And they wouldn't have to live with the regret of what they have done, the fact that they murdered their own children. So there was several claims that were made that abolitionists struggle to pass laws. Well, there's a good reason for that. It's because certain organizations, like some of the leaders we've heard from today, oppose them and undermine them. We could have abolition in Texas by now today if certain people wouldn't oppose them. It could be truly illegal, God-glorifying legislation, and that's what we appeal to you to fight for today. God bless you. Any questions? Thank you.
Peinado, Peinado, SD29. Thank you so much for getting me under the wire. My name is James Peinado from El Paso, Texas. I'm here to discuss matters of medical freedom and conflicting planks in the section. So the conflict is you have planks 137, cannabis classification. The state of Texas shall retain cannabis as a Schedule I drug. So that means we're saying no to just even research. And the president, in his wisdom, has done a great service in making it a Schedule III substance. And so now we can really learn with research, where it could be applied for medical purposes. And so I do think we should remove that plank. And also the aspects about addiction, I think, there's other planks on here I see about right to try. I see planks about medical freedom, and I remember how awesome the Republican Party of Texas was during COVID, where we championed people's rights to, not let politicians dictate terms on medicine. People had a right to try ivermectin, and I don't remember all the drugs but I know that there were cases where institutions, were forcing treatments that didn't work, and some people may have died from those treatments. And so we had to fight to get our family members out of the hospitals. RNC committee man Robinson actually helped a friend of mine, Jorge, who had COVID, and the hospital insisted on giving him treatment that he didn't want because they felt sure that he would die because other people had died from this treatment, like intubation and other practices and stuff like that. So Robinson was able to get him out and get him other treatment that saved his life. And there's a lot of people out there. The Republican Party should not make people who need cannabis to live. We should not be making them felons, because if they have a choice of living or having a quality of life where they can be a normal person, they're going to, they don't want to be felons, but they'll become felons because that's what we chose to do. This stuff should be decided by doctors and not politicians and stuff like that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. I would say just remove, because I like that Trump put it as Schedule III. That and we can. I don't know all the minutia of this, like the differences between Schedule II and III, but the fact that we can now have multiple universities commit themselves to research and finance their research and stuff, we can really learn more about it. I know there's an organization that's always at the conferences, Citizens for a Safe and Healthy Texas, and I've read their literature. I don't find it to be based in good science. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence. There's a lot of doctors have their sons who had a very unfortunate incident and they committed suicide, and so that doctor is testifying that cannabis killed my son or something like that. He's too close to the issue, and that's a personal anecdotal tragedy. I feel for that person that they're talking about, but now that it's Schedule III, we have the opportunity to really look at these things scientifically. And in fact, somebody sent me an article that in 2020, and I could send it to you guys, that they've done tests that actually